Good evening, everybody. How are we this evening? Welcome to Satisfactory in VR. Good evening, Russ. Good evening, Commander Gullyfoil and Zurin. How are we all this evening / morning / afternoon? Let me just press some buttons. Now I have hands. Hello, hello. Welcome to Satisfactory in VR. What happened with the Nothic? Gee, that was a long time ago. That was the thing that, see, Azurin has a habit. Azurin has a habit of, when she's GMing, to make really evil things really cute and innocent seeming. And so, yeah, we did kind of make friends with the Nothic, I think. But we also had the there was a goblin who was also friendly, who joined our party and was an NPC in our party for quite a while. Okay, let me just, I need to tweak some sound settings. Just give me a sec. Because I'm getting sound on both my headset and my PC speakers. Come on. Right, there we go. That's better. Or at least it should be better. Now I've got to do Cosa. Yes. Droop. Yes, Droop the Goblin. Yes. We did negotiate. I can't remember how we negotiated. Anyway, we're here to play Satisfactory. Last week, not last week, it was last week. Wow, it seems so long ago. We did some architecture last week, and I've come to realize that architecture is time consuming and I'm not very good at it, which is kind of why I'm doing it, to try and learn to be better and a bit more efficient. But I'm also figuring out that I get an idea and I do an idea, and then the idea works or it doesn't work, or I'm not sure about it and I am an R about it, and then I get blocked and I go away, and then after I've gone away for a while and I think about it, I come up with some new ideas, and I think those ideas might be better. But I didn't want to do, you know, the next 3 streams all architecture. So I've actually done some work off stream. So this is how we left our Advanced Steel Factory last time it was on stream. And that was on last Friday. And since then, I've been playing a little bit on Saturday and a little bit on Sunday. So if I look into my save games here, so this is the save from last Friday, 78 hours of gameplay. And now we're on 85 hours. So I did another 7-ish hours between the last stream and now, and made some changes. So let me just load this up, drum roll. And wait for it to load. And ta-da! Rage building on Sunday was fun. They could not fully wait. My screen is frozen. My screen is not updating. How? I did a dramatic reveal and didn't reveal anything. Okay, right. Let me check my streaming PC. It's so dramatic it's not showing anything. Just give me a second. Hello, computer. How about we try that one? There we go. Ta-da! Yeah, I'll just stream the screen source rather than the game source. Oops. No, not mouse control. Okay. So, yes, that is coming through now. The reveal was awesome. Yes, so here we are. And I've also figured out that this side of the building gets absolutely no sunlight. So this side of the building is always in shade. So what I did in the interim between last session and this session was, hang on, I just punched my desk. Let's lower that and take a step back. It's also a bit dark to see here, but I put this underlay all the way along the curved bottom there, along with some signs to give it a bit of a feature glow. The black edges, if you remember that experiment, I got rid of those. I've got to get rid of the other one, but I got rid of this one and I replaced it with this. So we've gone more with a steel beam either side, so we've kept the same steel sort of theme as the other places. But we've also got this full-on sign here with the Steelworks text up and down. And then to cap off the top, we now have this edge style here with sort of a slatted look to it as a cap to the roofs, and I've actually started putting roofs on. So this is just a bit of a gangway to get up here because it's a bit high to get up. I've also done this top one here as a second level, so this one has a similar one. It doesn't have the text on the sides, but I've put that there. And I think I've almost finished, if not finished, putting all these walls on this top section. It's a bit narrow along the back here. Yeah, so that top bit is done, and I've kind of settled on the style. So finishing off the rest shouldn't be too hard, and we'll do that this stream, and it should be able to finish it this stream. I'm not seeing any problems because I kind of think this is what we've settled on style-wise. So I will carry on and finish off putting the rest of the walls, and the other side also needs some more roof work and some border work as well. So that's what we'll be working on tonight. Thanks, Azuran. I'm pretty happy with how it's going. It's certainly better than what it was. I mean, I've still got the black thing on the other side here. Actually, let's duck through here. So this side I haven't updated yet. So this is the old black style there, and it was very black and kind of boggy. Whereas the rest of the features had these steel features. So changing the corner pieces to a similar steel finish looks much better, I think. Okay, so let's get some walls built. Now put a little feature like this at the bottom. I hadn't actually planned to have it all the way along the bottom, but it looks like putting it here like that might make a decent feature. That's almost lined up. Actually, that is lined up perfectly. It's just that I haven't got a cap on this one here. So I might actually just keep this at the lower level. I also settled on, I'm using bitumen, what's it called? Asphalt finish. Now the problem with the asphalt is, if I build a bit, it's nice and black and asphalty on top. Ah, fell off. And it's nice and black and asphalty on the side, one side. But the other sides, the other three sides, are still the concrete finish. So what I had to do is I made a, where is it, customizer? I made a black here. This is a custom one. So this isn't like super black like the other one. The super black at the far end was like -5, and it's like, you know, a black hole sort of level. And I figured out that -0.14 bright contrast is close enough so that when you color concrete with it, it's similar to the asphalt. So this way we can have an asphalt finish, and the other sides, when you see them, I just sampled that, didn't I? Actually, no, that does need to go down a level. This just needs to be along the side here. Yep, that's the right way around. Okay, so let's zoop this along here. The problem is I can't tell if this is the asphalt side or the colored concrete side. It is very hard to tell until you built it, because the hologram kind of colors it. Looks like I got it correct. Okay, that's useful. And these don't look actually like they're colored correctly. There are a few bits that were like early blueprints, so they weren't quite colored the same. Since I should be able to zoop across as well. know if I'll do it along the front, but I think along the side doing this would look good. It's looking great. Thanks, Russ. Okay, now I haven't figured out where I'm putting the beams. I could just divide it and quarter it, or I could put one in a corner there so that it lines up with the top. You can see the top of it is still not particularly black, but at least the side of it is. So I did build a whole bunch of blueprints. Actually, I'll go to the main blueprint screen so you can have a look. So yeah, these are the roof caps, which is the different styles, because some of them are angled, some of them are only 3 high, some of them are 4 high. And the simple pillar is just this sort of pillar here, which I made for up there, because it's not as fancy as like the logistics down pillar, but it is still a little fancy. So I'm just going to line that up with there. The corner we'll need to figure out will probably extend down the pattern that was up there. Let's do this side first. Actually, this has another concrete pillar on the corner to sort of cap it around the corner. Oops. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the third one here should be about where the pillar is. I'm not going to be too exact about it, but it kind of actually lines up with that bit, so that'll be working well. So I've got the simple pillar here. I kind of need a walkway out to the side here so I can come back. Because once this base is in place, then it's easy enough to just zoop the full height. Oops, if it snaps onto the right thing. This walkway and scaffolding inside, we'll need to get rid of that. That was from the original build. Okay, now what are we doing on the corner here? Ah, we did have a pillar there with lights, so we probably want to keep that down this corner. I did have a blueprint for that. Yeah, let's look at the main one. So I think it was this steel corner sign pillar. So a snap by blueprint, that should snap diagonally like that. And it is facing the right way. Okay, so I should just be able to snap these blueprints down like this. And I run out of crystal oscillators, which is this back sign here. And that's been an ongoing problem with glowy signs because I don't have automated crystal oscillators yet because they require manufacturers. And I am still only on tier 4 tech. So we don't have manufacturers. So I need to manually make crystal oscillators, or I need to ask doggos if they've got them. Actually, we haven't seen the doggos this session because I just loaded while I was down here. So let's go back and see the doggos. Last time I needed crystal oscillators, like 2 out of 3 of them, I think, had stacks of like 30 each or something. Statistically unlikely to happen again. But let's go back and see how the doggos are going. I really need to get a couple more though. It's a big water park. We need more doggos in the water park. I'm going to come flying off that, I think. That's better. Smooth. At the end of the last session, we actually had, I think it was Timmy, teleported from one side and actually delivered 2 things at once. It was pretty amazing. Plastic. I mean, that's okay. I can't make plastic yet. But these are not crystal oscillators. Ooh, purple slug. Good one, Scratch. Started another Baldur's Gate 3 run. Ah, doing co-op. Cool. You got Scratch in that, did you? Crystal oscillators. So yeah, because they take 3 ingredients, you'd need a manufacturer to be able to organize to automate it. But I can handcraft them, which means at least I'm not stuck, as opposed to circuit boards, which I need for geothermal points, and I have no way of building circuit boards at the moment, so I'm reliant on doggos to bring me those. This is quite slow to craft as well. So if I do recommend, if you're playing Satisfactory, handcrafting should be a last resort. If you can get a machine to make it, it's always better to set up a machine and automate it. That way you're not just sitting here at the handcraft screen going do and looking at chat. Because if a machine is busy doing something, even though it's actually slower than handcrafting, you know, you can make 10 machines to make it, and then you can go off and do other more interesting things while it's building all the resources for you. I'm tempted to say that's enough, but knowing my luck, I would run out. Let's see. Steelworks is STEELWRKS, about 10 characters, so 30 would get me 3 full height pillars. That might be enough. Actually, Steelworks, there's 2 characters per thing, so this actually should be plenty. It's probably like 6 or 7 blueprints for a full height pillar in the factory design. Yeah, that'll do. I'm bored. Let's go back and start putting the rest of the walls up. My chat has moved a long way away for some reason. Rename shovel. One day I'll try to keep it. All right, you're still gossiping about Baldur's Gate 3, which I know it's criminal. I have not made it out of the goblin camp yet. Come on. Oh, that was close. So I should be able to, while flying. It might be harder to lock them on from this angle, though. It'd be much easier if I'm underneath. So it's... Oops, missed. Just delete these little signs because they're not going to bother putting any label on the back here. Now we've got a corner blueprint for this as well. This was... Actually, I can probably sample it from there. And again, because it's a blueprint snap, I should just be able to come under here. And that should be it. And this, I guess, we'll just put a half in there so it's up to that point. Come on, no. Oh, just stop zooping. Okay, this one's actually sort of a half over, which is interesting alignment, but that's fine. Okay, oh, missed. Okay, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and a bit on this side as well. There's actually a bit more of a gap there. It's like 5.5. So if I'm copying this, 1, 2, be in the middle here. But if we're centering it, actually we should line it up with the one up there. That just diagonal nudged. That diagonal nudged. Come on. I think that's lined up because it's kind of lined up with that slab there. Missed. So the rest we're just filling with windows. And this is going to nudge straight. It is. Except I need to zoop. Because what I do is I'll put this one in the middle. And then I will do two of them. And then I will nudge it across so that this beam here is in the middle. This actually looks like it's one across up there. Or is it? And is anyone going to know? I think it is. Oh no, I remember. I think it was a ½ meter. Pretty sure it was a ½ meter. Now I don't know. Once I zoom up, it'll. Ah, that looks about right. And we need to put this on the corner here. Ah, I fell down. What tier do we get hover packs? It's probably ages away. I don't even have the jetpack yet. Well, the jetpack would allow me to get back up easy as well. Okay. You need to fill in all under here as well, so let's get down. This area under here will probably fill out a bit more later on. Because this staircase here is just a temporary thing while I'm building. I think we're done here, so let's get rid of this. That's right, we need to do more windows. I deleted it too soon. Actually, if I line it up with that one then... Ah, it's different because this is spaced differently. Okay. Maybe I do move that one across. Is it now you have to say that at least once a stream, do you, Russ? You're kind of obliged to say, bloody No Man's Sky and its crappy build system. Why can't it be more like Satisfactory? One thing for No Man's Sky though is No Man's Sky has basic amenities and decorations. Satisfactory does not have many decorations. Everything is a factory part. So if you look in my offices for my factories, they are pretty bare because there's no chairs, there's no desks, there's no consoles. There are ways to make them for if you're creative. But this is still, because this is so much wider, it's still not going to line up. I'm going to have to, like, probably no one will notice if it's not perfectly lined up with the top. Oh, do I want to bring it over another meter? I think I'm going to leave it there. I think that's fine. Probably time to delete these. You can blueprint it though. So once you've got a design, you can stick it on a blueprint maker and make it permanent. This one looks almost too wide for 2 sheets of glass. Yeah, it is. I'm just going to fudge it. Oops. Just going to make the concrete pillars a ½ meter wider. It's just so it can fill that gap. Oops. I think that will do. Oops. I mean, this is a factory, not a art gallery. So I think as a side of a factory goes, I think that is okay. I might do the other side because I need to do all the backs and the insides, but the back is hidden, so it's a bit of a not as much of a quick win. All mine, good evening, how are you? Been VR fitnessing, and I feel like I should probably be burning more calories for how exhausted I am. I do need to do more VR fitness. A very modern art gallery. It is kind of a little more modern art place with the nice corner. So get rid of these old black blueprints. Yeah, you saw the vid? Oh, cool. Yeah. I had a quick flick through the VOD. Yeah, it doesn't look like he was doing VR the whole time, but yeah, he's... Would be... I know stingers in VR are lots of fun, and doing it in pitch black in the swamp would have been terrifying. Okay, so now we want our corner sign pillar. Now we've got the miner over there, so we're actually going to have another dog leg of building come out here. But this is kind of where I've said this is the corner of the main building. This is also going to go straight through that rock. So it's going to stuff up our sign a bit. Although we are going lower than the other side, I think. Come on, underneath, thank you. How big is this? Okay. I need to go a little lower, so... It's only 1 meter, so what I might do is I might just leave that at that height. And then I'll just sample that bit in there and attach it to the bottom. Oh, conveyor belts. It's 4 meters though. I don't need 4 meters. Actually, I made a little access hatch back here. I haven't actually shown what I've done inside as well, because I did make some modifications inside since the last stream. I think I actually made quite a few modifications. I can't remember what I did off stream and on stream now. Also got an idea from Pod. We'll try to make a path recording system like Breath of the Wild path history view thing. Oh, okay, that would be interesting. So now I need that black. There. And this beam here I might actually move across. I think, does that line up? Yeah, that's where it lines up. Let's put that there instead. I think I deleted only the right things up there. Not that I've played Breath of the Wild. I don't have a Switch. Okay, so that's kind of our corner. I did want it to say steelworks on this side as well, which means I need some scaffolding to get up there and to be able to edit the letters. And I don't have a hover pack, so I did have some explorer stairs. Except that's going to go off at the wrong angle unless I do it over here first. Oops. Not the perfect angle. Actually, no, it's a terrible angle. That's a bit better. This is actually up higher, but that's probably in our favor. Because if we delete the top two, then we need a bit of a... Let me just... Come on, rotate. That's probably enough if we can just get a little... You can see where I got these massive platforms from over there. It's kind of doing this sort of thing to get around. So now we can go through and am I going to get close enough? Just. No, no new line. No new line. Bad new line. Haven't actually calculated if I've got enough room to put all the words, all the letters in. I think it'll fit. Just remember to keep my feet moving, otherwise I'm going to get pins and needles in my feet. Now we need to be a little lower. Can I reach that one without... Oh, gee, it's close. Steel. Oops. Nope, missed. Certainly inspiration from seeing some of his builds. And sometimes he streams at this time, so we may even raid him later. Steel works. And let's just delete that. So I probably could have actually started a bit lower and had it actually line up with the other side. Actually, I might keep this staircase because I need a way of getting on the roof. mean, I can get on the roof from the other side. How's that look from a distance? Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a bit lower down on this side. Maybe I should move it. Oh, that's going to be annoying. Something I can do later. I don't need to do that on stream, but I might shuffle it down 1 or 2 levels. Actually, let's have a look inside while we're here. Because I'm not... Oh, yeah, that's right. I spent a whole pile of time sort of making this walkthrough area here. So now you've got a straight walk through here from the other side. I added some more walkways in this area. But I also moved the awesome sink. So in last stream, I put the awesome sink and it was kind of right here sticking up. So I moved it forward because there was this big space in the room, and I put a kind of a border around the edge. So I sort of made the awesome sink a feature in the room. Wow, I've got another 18 coupons already. And I did some fancy stuff along here. So basically there's these borders all the way along. And this was, I think that was the main interior stuff. It was mainly getting this walkway area through here. And I am considering something signage wise on this wall here. Maybe showing the products that are built in here or something like this. But for now, we're still trying to get the main roofs and walls on. So this is my main roof access that I've been using. I haven't done roofs on the rest of it, so this wing of the factory is done, other than internal wall, but I still haven't done the rest. But since I actually have a style guide, as you will, it's at least won't be stumped for what to do. Except now I'm stumped on what to do because I was going to do something different here and I haven't figured out what I'm doing yet. But we should figure out the corner and edge of this factory. Which means we need to get up the top there. Once you've got the blueprints, actually putting the top cap on is pretty straightforward. Yes, made it. Okay, so this... Does it line up with that exactly? Okay, it's actually half a square out. That's fine, because if we stick the diagonal cap on it, that will take it out a bit further. So we copy this diagonal corner bit here. And because this is built in the blueprint maker on the diagonal, it will snap here at the right angle. We just need to rotate it to the right way. And then nudge it so that that corner lines up with that corner. And then we just lower it into place. Done. And then this one here. Which one was this? Yeah, this is just the 3 across. So this we actually, because we can probably snap it on the edge here. Come on, snap. And again, just line up these corners. They should line up spot on. That, and then from there, this is just very easy. Snap on the edge. So the arrow with the blueprint facing forward is the sign where the internal bits have the asphalt finish on them. So while we painted it to look similar, so we're coming to the edge of this factory here. And we want to come across from there. And do we have a height change? So this is all the same height here. The height change is actually there, which is interesting. That's fine. So if we just align that to there and bring it across, this might not exactly match. And in fact, we shouldn't exactly match that. We should stick more to what that position there is. So that is lined up with that line there, I think. But that is actually a 4. Let's just run a bit of foundation across. Yes, that does line up. Okay, cool. So that will bring it to the back of the factory almost. Is it enough, or do I want to go a little bit further? I suppose if this cuts in a little bit, it still won't be too bad. And the wall will still be this side of that. So I think this should be fine. I'll need to corner a bit. Actually, let's go under this. This is easy to swap pages. Corner is that one. Don't swap blueprint, just snap. See, the main runs at the front have 4 slats high, but sort of the corners and the side edges only have 3 high. So this is 3 here because it's kind of at the back of the building, so I'm not too worried about having a big bold border on top. Now we want to copy that one. No, we want to snap by blueprint, so we get the angle right. Now this should line up with that. I wonder if I just do a diagonal all the way along the back. That might make the roof line harder though. I might ignore the diagonal at the back and just make it straight. And so this one down here will be oh no, it just started going diagonal.
Incoming propaganda.
Now I don't have the right height,
detected.
so
Please
I'm
seek
going
shelter.
to have to come over here and physically turn around and hope I get it right. That is theoretically in the right spot. Again, it doesn't matter exactly as long as we've kind of got the roof lined up. So I think that's okay. And then we'll have to manually put a slab in there. And then we gotta make it. I'm gonna make it. No. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. So this. If we snap it, actually this should line up with that one if we nudge it across in the right place. Okay, so we will have a bit of overlap here. That's the full width, so that lines up with this one at the top. So put that there. There's a bit of overlap, that's fine, and then we repeat We had a small bit that I think was, yeah, just one of these end bits. It's a bit high. Really into half of one of those. I could just manually build it. Anyway, we've got a Twitch ad break. So I'm going to pause while the Twitch ad break runs, and I'm going to have a drink of water and a bit of a stretch. So we will be right back after the ad break.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
Come on, you can respond. Yay, we're back. Come back into it. So we are slapping on roofs and walls on our advanced steel factory. So in the middle part of the factory here, we have some vertical manifolds. These ones are making the steel beams in these two. And over there, I think there's 8 constructors. 1, 2, 3. Come on, you can respond. Yay, maybe it's 6. Oh, and my video feedback is giving me feedback audio. Just 1 second. We are slapping on roofs and walls. I need to mute something, otherwise the echo is going to drive me balmy. So in the middle part of the factory here, we have... Okay, that should be better. I have an in-game, in-headset preview of the video stream so I can keep an eye on them, and one of them had sound turned on all of a sudden. Okay, let's manually just build these walls here. Let's start with... Actually, if we snap it to that... Ah, we're actually out by a meter. That's fine. Like, this is the back of the middle of the factory. I don't think anyone's going to report us to any of the authorities to say your factory design does not line up exactly right. So that's the sort of the edge around the roof done. Now we need to do a couple of pillars down to the bottom, but our roof outline is done, at least on this bit. The one bit we haven't done is over the miner, which I wanted to do something a little bit different. A little bit custom, because it's kind of a miner off to the side. Did I make this jump before? Yes, and almost went straight over. Let's actually jump down here. This isn't at all distracting. So how do we want to line this up? Factory miner is already a meter higher than the other floor. If we do the other corner first, then that will tell us how much space we need to sort of curve around, I think. Top Dionks, Top Dion X. Morning, how are you? Or good evening. Or good afternoon. We are continuing some architecture on our advanced steel factory. I did a bunch off stream, so there's less umming and ahhing and faffing about with design and more just actually implementing what I've decided. So let's filter on that. So that's where the barrier comes down the side. That's probably a bit too far out. Although we could do it that far out. Either way, we are going to need a concrete pillar there because that's kind of how we've been styling it. Clips into the side there to line us up straight. This one we can probably just line it up from here. Here we just copy this top corner piece, slot that underneath. Yeah, that's okay. Now, what are we doing with this miner? I think if we just have some... do we want to come out and then do a diagonal, or just do a diagonal and be done with it? We could start from a diagonal from this angle and hit 45, and it might line up reasonably well with that. So the good old row barrier, you can rotate it by 15-degree increments, and it can be placed at 1 meter grid reference, I think it is. So it is ideal for snapping on the corner to do 45 degrees, because then you can snap other things to it, like your concrete foundations. Not sure how to do the border here, but we could just continue it from this as a ½ meter. Let's get that as a ½ meter. Actually, we only need it as a pretty much a 1 meter, ½ meter. Still very fiddly to snap things when they're right on the corner. Come on. There we go. We continue that down. I really should have done it as a 4 meter, shouldn't I? We continue that all the way down. Right, we need a smidge there. It's a shame that isn't slightly this direction. And of course that's going to clip that way. Could just do a pillar like this. Cover up our sins just using a pillar. So we have a diagonal here, comes across here. Problem is this diagonal at the back is going to chop into that, so unless I might just leave the diagonal for this front and not do a diagonal at the back, I think. Pillars solve all. Pillars do. Pillars, beams, and traffic barriers are the tools for doing whatever you want in whatever angle you want. Okay, we move this pillar across. Is there a window there? I hope this isn't sticking out that side. Should probably check. Oh, that concrete is. I think that was the extra bit of concrete I was using to fill the hole. Yes, it was. Okay. So that needs to be across just a smidge more. Or we could cover it up with a pillar. So we could use a big concrete pillar. See, is that sticking out the front? No, it's not. Cool. So I've got a bit of a feature view here over the coal. So let's do a custom kind of 45-degree corner on this side, and I'm not exactly sure how it's going to line up. So we want it out by 2. That's actually a reasonable seam. So this we can zoop down and up. This is actually not going to go all the way up because we haven't got our roof line matching this outer part here. Oops, too far. Although one might need to go that high. Still not sure what I'm going to do around the roof in this side. How is that going to look from the concrete? It doesn't quite overlap, but it's not too bad. Now we do our window. So similar thing, we'll do it across two, and then we will kind of try and center it. This one might need a 1/2 meter. We can measure it with a painted beam, good old ruler. So that's 5. So it's basically 5.5 meters from that side. And from this side it is 5. Okay, so it's not 1/2 meter, it's 1/4 meter. How did I manage that? In that case, it might just be no, it's got to go a little bit that way, if anything. I'm just going to go with that. Just nobody bring a tape measure into my factory. Should put the corner on here so I kind of know. Actually, this is going to be a different corner anyway. So we'll just do. Yeah, that's kind of lined up. So let's do that. Because we did actually, we're going to stick with the style, we do put concrete runners up the inside of each of the metal poles, so this will give it a bit more depth, a bit more texture. That's okay. That's a back corner. We'll figure that out later. So I think really we need to figure out what's going to happen at the top of this. Maybe some angled glass, I think. Although we might not be high enough for angled glass, we might need to go higher. Is there a ladder to get higher? I don't think there is. Can I make that ladder over there? All right. I think I need a cap rather than just a window. So I think even if I need like a half foundation, just as a cap on top of these pillars. Gotta try really hard not to fall off here. And those we actually no, I do need to be higher. Actually, let's try the glass. Let's see if it fits on. But I think we are going to be too close to the miner. Because we have 8-meter high walls, diagonal walls. So these are the steep walls. These are the ones I put under the edge there. But this doesn't come in a glass finish. And I think I want a glass on this side. I mean, I could do this because that would probably fit past the miner. Wow, it doesn't want to snap on the... There we go. See, if it was that height, it would clear the miner just. But the windows are only 4 meters, so let's make this higher here. I'm just going to sneeze. Let's see if I can mute myself in time. I know the sneeze isn't coming, so it's going to sneak up on me later. Yeah, the sneeze is like right on the corner. Just saying, yeah, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna blow up. Okay, so that's kind of coming in a bit too far. Well, the height's okay. But I think we can just have a wall or a window across the top. So what I'll do is if I put this down here, I should be able to nudge it. So it's overlapping like that. Dun, dun, dun. Stop. I'm still in parachute, apparently. Yeah, that's overlapping a little bit. Oh, that's not too bad. That's acceptable. So I can just fill that hole. I mean, I could try a diagonal on it. No. It lets me actually snap the way I want it to. Yeah, so you end up with these spiky corners. Although, if I just nudge it across... Nah, I think I'll fill it in. Actually, this I might just have as a low roof. That doesn't need to go all the way up to the cap. The reason I'm turning that around is because when I paint this as asphalt, the asphalty bit is on the inside. That should be on the outside. Oh, that's right. It's the outside that's concrete. Yeah, for some reason, the bit that's cut in half has the asphalt on the edge. But we will paint this black. That was under 7. So this is our asphalt black, which will paint the concrete to be close in darkness to the asphalt. It behaves a bit different in different lightings, so it's not a perfect replacement, but it will do. That's right, this one we're just going to go straight back, I guess. Okay, so to fill in this side bit, we can use these ramp walls. I've just been using the fix-it style ones. There are sort of steel ones, but they kind of look a bit wonky because they've got these extra lines and they don't line up very well when you mix and match different shapes and heights. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. So let's go with an inverted one to stick under here. Except that's going to duck down a bit. Which is not... yeah. I think having a couple of those stick through the roof is fine. Now we do have roofing, which is what I've done on the other roofing. I've just been using the black roofing. So architecture, roof, not glass, but flat. Fix it. Kind of sticks out a bit, doesn't it? Yeah. I don't think there's any triangular bits. There are limited roof bits. That is one problem with the build set here. And I could just beams and pillar it, or I could just concrete it, because concrete I have a bit more flexibility in what shapes and sizes I have. Like I can put this up against that. And that's diagonal nudging. That's better. So it is a little patchy. Come on, put it in the hole. It's very patchy. Nobody come look too closely up here, okay? Doesn't want to snap on that edge. Okay, but there's kind of a roof over the miner. Trying to get down in this little hole here without actually falling off the edge. This might need to come out a meter actually, so that it's covering that cap. Yeah, no, 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 no. Can I bounce off the bean? Bounce off the bean. Is it going to give me enough height? Oh, thank you, bean. See, they have their uses. Probably not much use doing a diagonal there. I can probably just use the basic walls. It's possibly what I should have done on the other side. Yeah, that's a neater finish. Okay, so I've got a little sunlight over our miner. It's reasonably capped off. Now fill the rest in with walls of glass. Come on, missed. I've actually dragged this window across. Oh look, I can bring that up to there. And nudge that along by half a meter. Okay. That way these things kind of line up where the roof lines line. That's useful. So that is actually capped off. That's all done. Okay, so how's it look? Yeah, it's not too bad. It's a little beach alcove. Not too exciting, but it'll do. Two windows fit perfectly in here. Thank you. Sorry, Bean. Getting locked out. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Come on. He stuck his head through it. Is he going to be stuck there forever? Oh, he might be. Well, until the next reload, but now I can't build another window because he's stuck there. Come on. Oh, pull his head back. Pull, quick build. No, no, he's still in the way. Okay, he's not stuck. Move it. Move it. Before I pull out the dynamite. Okay. The spaghetti is on. Okay, now if we bring that straight down, is it going to run straight into the conveyor belts? No. Okay. I'll accept that. And it's actually lined up with that pillar. I know I sound so shocked. Okay, how wide is this? This looks a bit bigger than a single window wide, and it's also not nudging straight. Actually, it is. It does fit a single pillar. I think I might put another concrete pillar back there as well to make it fit even better. Neat. Okay. This is slightly raised, so I feel we need some kind of a walkway and some safety rails along here, because, you know, you don't want to fall down a meter-high fall. And it's diagonal nudging again. I wish they would fix this bug. Coffee Stain, if you're listening, please fix the diagonal nudge bug. See, it's come from a different angle, and that perfectly fits. So we need to have a walkway up here for maintenance access. Yeah, let's put... Oh, that's going to stretch out way too far. Okay. That's a shame. Because someone might trip on the edge here. Okay, we do have the corner down here, so if we put a corner down, that's 2 meters. And if it lets me snap it in the right spot. There we go. Just doesn't like when I'm hovering over where it might be. Okay, cool. That concrete pillar there looks like it needs to be extended down as well. Although it's not quite lined up with the others. Cool, cool. Nope. There we go. Cool. I could do a rim around the bottom of the top. Might do that later. I haven't done that on all the other places, but I have on some. So like this, I could put a little walkway on like that. But I can finish that later with the trimming. Doesn't need to be right now. So, all along the back, continuing the theme, we will have probably our simplified steel pillar back here. And if we line it up with the middle here, it'll be lined up with that front. Dinner is ready, apparently. That way that's lined up with that pillar there. What are we going to do on this bit? I think given that extends, we might just do a similarly spaced one this side. Stop diagonal nudging. Actually, I might line it up with the concrete line just because it looks neat. And will put another slim concrete over there as a cap on the edge. Okay, that looks good. Okay, I am being told that dinner is ready, so I'm going to take a 15-minute break and eat my dinner because it is nighttime here. And then we will be back to continue finishing off this factory. And we are going to finish it tonight, or I'm going to finish it off stream because I don't want to do too many weeks of just architecture. Hopefully we'll finish early tonight and I can go exploring and do some other stuff. But for now, I'm going to take a break for dinner. Thanks, Russ. I'll be back in about 15 minutes. And I really need to make like an interlude video with something entertaining. I've got that on my to-do list. It's pretty high, but I haven't had time to do it yet. So you'll just have some cool, quiet tunes while watching me look out over an old factory and an old save. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in 15 minutes. And I'm going to run some ads before and after dinner break. That way we have less ads later on.
Look lively. It's time to do those stretches and hydrate. Look lively, it's time to do those stretches and hydrate.
And we should be back. I've finished my dinner, or at least enough to eat for now. We are working on slapping walls and ceilings on our advanced steel factory. We are mostly done. We're on the literal back half of the walls at the moment. We have figured out what design we're going with, and we are plodding through. So thank you for your patience, and we will now continue your irregularly scheduled entertainment. Now what was I doing? Just tidy this up along here a bit. Walls, 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 yes. Because we still need to do the roof, because that's actually like just scaffolding up there. That's not the real roof, but we've mostly finished the walls. Thanks, Russ. Delete. Change mode, copy. So the distance between those was... how much was it? Actually, it looks like it was 2 slabs minus the concrete. So if that's concrete's lined up with the half mark there, then 2 should be there, which should line up somewhat with the front. Yeah, it's good enough, I think. So now we can plop down our windows, zoop it across, and then nudge it into place in the middle. My vote's a bit croaky. It's because I've been eating sticky cheese. Roofs are overrated. Well, hints are that they're going to reintroduce rain in the game. So rain was a feature back in update 6 and 7, I think. But when they switched to Unreal Engine 5 at update 8, unfortunately rain broke. So it was actually quite atmospheric, but at the moment there is no rain features in the game. I want to zoop that way. Thank you. A well-oiled machine and all that. Well, they did say that they would like to put it back in when they are able to, and hints are that that will be in the next update, which is rumoured to be early next year. It won't be this year apparently, but they are working on it. So we need a pillar kind of here at this point. So it would make sense to line it up with those pillars and sort of drop it down here. And I think that was just straight over the edge, so if we line it up with that, we shouldn't need any corner spacing done. Do we just do a single or do we do a double? If we nudge it over one, yeah, I think that would be better. And there is a gap there, but that will be filled by a concrete pillar when we nudge that into place. Like that. And that should theoretically line up with our roof cap at the top. Didn't go high enough. So putting these little concrete bits on the side is a way of hiding the joins from the diagonals. That's not centered, and that's not centered, and that's a half meter nudge, and that's centered, but it's also too far. Oh, it's diagonal nudging. Yo. Ross says I should probably sleep though. Have a good one, peeps. No problems, Russ. Thank you very much for hanging out. Have a good weekend, and I'll chat to you next time. I think I do need that half meter nudge to get that more centered. Again, probably no one will notice and it's just being picky, but if we can half meter nudge, which we can now, then why not do it? So that'll be capped off there. I think in here we just fill it with a concrete slab, or at least that was the plan. Kind of got a mix of styles here though, because we've got the beam there, but we've got the large slab there. And we could bring that up to the edge as a concrete slab. Problem is it doesn't really line up with the slab there unless we do a diagonal. Actually, that might work because we've got these diagonals here like this, so we could potentially do something like that where we put it on top. If we do this too high, it's going to come out of the top. I think I need to get up there and see what it looks like from above. Yeah, see, it's going to overhang a bit. Well, we could do a 4 meter. That way it won't stick out as much, but it's going to be at a bit of a sharper angle. Although we can drop it down. I did say nudge, thank you. That's not too bad. It kind of differentiates between factory this side and factory that side as well. Okay, what was that voice in my head? Ah, okay. This little gap here is annoying though. I mean, we could just do that. I guess it doesn't need more than that. Pop that in there, that way, and then we just do a normal wall around the back that will then join on with that factory over there. So we'll get rid of this old wall here, because that was pretty much scaffolding for us to build stuff up against. Might chop off these walkways as well, and then once the wall is extended we can fix those up again. I really need to make a diagonal that doesn't have all the expensive lights on it. I wonder if I can make one that's kind of a cheap man's one, or I could just not be cheap. Because basically there's signs over this one. Like, who is ever going to see this corner back here? Actually, there's two corners. That one and this one both have signs, and they're expensive because they take crystal oscillators, and we don't have a way of automating crystal oscillators. So I have to rely on doggo gifts and handcrafting to get them. But we've only pretty much got two more diagonal corners, so I guess we just bite the bullet now. It's facing inwards. Let's turn that around. Why do I have a sneaking suspicion I'm going to run out of crystal oscillators? I mean, is there any point doing it lower than that? I'm not going to bother putting the sign on this side. It's just going to be a glowy fixed feature wall. I suppose because these other ones aren't glowing, it's okay to have a glowing one just there as a bit of a feature. I don't see any point in going lower than that. I might just extend this. Actually, let me do the capping at the base. Put that there. And then I will just run these down. We'll want to put another square in there. Actually, if I run these down, I won't need that square cap. Like that. Okay. So a bit of... Oh, that's actually longer than 10 high. This is probably the tallest wall there is, because it goes from the highest roof to the lowest floor. Excuse me. Might wait till I'm actually higher up to finish the top bits, because otherwise I'm going to get a crick in the neck. I wasn't actually going to put a window around this side, but actually isn't too bad, and we could actually have a maybe an access doorway back here, because we do have sort of machinery underneath that we need to access occasionally. Okay, so now we've got the line. That's actually not, I think that's okay. Yeah, that's okay. So this is still the middle here. So we need our simple pole. Where was that? I think it was under 5. It would make sense. Oh, we kind of got several things to line it up with here. We've got this output here, which is on the line here. We've got a middle pole here, but I might... Well, that kind of is already this solar pole. No, that's actually a single. Okay, I'll do a single there. That will keep symmetry. So line this up here. So copy this single pole in the middle. It's not going to be a huge window at the back here, but that's fine. Do not fall off, please. It's not a long way down, but it's a long trip back. Actually, those walkways are going to exactly line up with where the windows will hit. Diagonal. Diagonal rage. That is a very steep angle to be looking upwards. Definitely getting some back stretches in there. Looks like I didn't delete one of the walkways. Okay, now coming out to this corner, I guess we do something similar to the other corner there. How well does this line up? So it actually intersects down there. So really we want to line it up. I mean, it's got to be in the middle here. Actually, that makes sense, because if we're lining it up in the middle of this slab, it actually works out well, because that's about where that intersects. So this walkway, I'll just need to move along a bit. So that's lined up with the edge of that square, and that's lined up with the opposite edge of that square. which means the middle... I mean, it looks like it's there, but I'm tempted to line it up with the slab. What's behind me? Those. Oh, I did put that wall slightly off. That should have actually been lined up with that line. Did I get the other one wrong as well? I did. Okay, they should have been further out. That's fine. I don't mind that spacing as is. I'm going to leave it like that. I might come back and change it later. Okay. The last corner. This is the last corner of the buildings because that wall, I think we did that wall. Yeah, we started the session with that wall there. So we just have to do this one corner over here, which is our last fancy diagonal one. So will we have enough crystal oscillators? Sneak peek at the quantity there says, yeah, we should be fine. Actually got a little ridge around the bottom there, so the spacing is different up there, so if I put a pole there, I think I can fit two in here and it'll still look decent. It'll look better if they're lined up, that's for sure. So that's kind of the middle of that square, and that's kind of the middle of that square. So this should be about the middle here. No. There? It's like 1.5 squares there and 1.5 squares there. Yeah, it's there. Well, I realise that with that vertical... I guess we'll find out. Oops. See, this one's up 2 meters. Ah, see, that's got a slope there, and that's got a slope there, so that actually will offset the height a bit. But if I copy this... Oh, I just did that manually, that's right. This is going to line up. I think that's going to be a little more forward than the other walls. I'm really twisted now. Okay. It's actually pretty good alignment. Do we need a square on the corner here though to cap that off? That one's... Okay, there's less space between those two. Because I aim that way when I hit nudge, the nudge is lined up with that way, angle-wise, so it's a bit of a misnomer. Okay, so that's probably going to need a half-meter nudge to be centered. Should this line exactly? That's interesting. I think that might have snapped to the bottom rather than to there, because that should, those corners should line up. That's not a half meter. Yeah, these ones don't quite line up either. No, that, or does it? No, that does. I'm confused as to why it's different. Again, it's the back of the factory. Who's going to look at it? I'll actually bring that forward a bit. Nah, it's fine. I mean, I could just take this off this side, because it does kind of clash with the rest of it. I don't think it's necessary, so let's just get rid of it. It's backwards. This should be on the outside, this front bit. It's part of the problem. Kind of do need to bring it, unless I just line it up with this point. I'm going to take it back a meter. It's going to be slightly differently aligned. And I'll just do one of the pillars in the middle. I don't think we need more than that. So we've got half, one, half. So that's kind of 2 and a bit, and this is only 1 and a bit. So yeah, we need to move it across more to here. And chat is way over there. B Games 2, hello, hello. We are playing a little Satisfactory in VR. That's probably okay placement. Yeah, this is using a mod that I created. It uses UEVR to handle sort of the VR bits of getting the 3D view happening, and then there's a full game mod for Satisfactory that gives you full interfaces to interface with all the Satisfactory controls and functions. And it is a wonderful world to visit in VR. It is very picturesque and a little scary in places. There are some hazards out in the wild. I might try moving this around and rotating it the other way and see if that makes it look better. Come on, rotate. So I need to snap it underneath, and it's really a bit hard to snap underneath from this angle. Okay, that is it. Yeah, so that's lined up. So the slab's lined up, and it sticks out a bit because there's actually a wall on the front. So I think that is now correct, and before it wasn't so correct. From in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Hello, hello. Welcome from Western Australia. Just let me put this in there. I just want a little overlap, just so it doesn't look too out of place. Oof. Oof. Maybe I'll just leave it. Or I could just do a pillar across sideways like this. Oh, look, that fits perfectly. Let's just do that. And if I use my color that I set up to color it the same color as asphalt, that pillar should... it's not quite as dark as concrete. Okay. It's a bit darker though. And bringing that down actually will block the hole, so maybe I didn't even need to bother with that. And I think I just locked myself out because all the windows are there like that. Okay. That's the walls done. So part of this playthrough, part of my goal was to ignore that. I might leave that open for access for now. I suppose I could fill it in. One of my goals was to not leave a factory as a floating platform. So in past saves, and in general, it's very easy to make a functional factory and then it's just a floating platform and you walk away. And there's no supports, there's no walls. I might actually put an access door back here. That's not a great place for an access door. So in this save, I'm determined to make sure there are functional walls, or not necessarily functional, but it looks like it's a real factory with proper walls and proper ceilings. Ceilings is the other thing, is even in a save game when I do walls and I do floors, I have a terrible habit of just skipping ceilings entirely. I'm not very good at ceilings, so I'm really trying to make an effort to actually include ceilings this time. This means that everything takes 3 times as long because the factory build is actually easier than the architecture. Okay, we need walls. Where's our doors? We've had a number of these little access doors that we've just put around the place, sort of subtly in different places. Just put it there like that. So if you do need to get into the lower parts of the factory for maintenance, you can just duck in here. Probably put a walkway up here. Underneath here is not particularly styled. It's a bit more haphazard and functional. Maybe we should add some more supports. But you can see some of the logistics under here from the factory above. And we also have 2/3 of an awesome sink hiding under here. That probably doesn't need to come through that far. Under the radar, hey, just a short hello at work right now, but got the push notification about your stream. Hello, welcome. Thanks for popping by. Oh, that's a random old walkway there. These, I think, are a little obsolete since the platform they used to attach is not there. I was going to make a power switch. See, this is basically the power to the entire factory. If I cut this cable, this entire factory loses power. So later on, I'll come down and put a switch down here. I'll do that later in the stream after the roof is on. So I want to actually finish the roof, and then we can look at doing some tidying up and some tech unlocks, and maybe start exploring to find where we're going to do the next factory. That didn't get me up high enough on the roof. So how's it looking? Yeah. See, it's looking like a factory. Need a bit more detail here. I need to like copy some of the detail here and put that there. Okay. So this is the roofing style. We've done this building and this building with the roof. So I need to kind of extend that to the other parts of the factory. And for some reason I made this factory bit in the middle sort of multi-height. So we'll see what we do. I think we actually need to extend this along here so that we kind of get the heights lined up a bit better. And then we'll have like one lower section and then one higher section, but we do need to raise this up at this side. So probably easiest if I just copy that. Now, we weren't quite lined up. I think I need to raise... Do I want to raise that up a meter? It would be more in line if I did. This kind of needs to go all the way over to here, so it's lined up with that corner. No, not really. We can do it from there and stick a pillar there. That'll work. Wondering if I should actually lower that whole thing down a bit so it's actually in line with this. I think I might chop this down and have more of a vertical difference there, or I could mirror that a bit more. Thing is, it's actually not too hard to rebuild this with the blueprint chunks. Possibly should have kept that for alignment. No, I want to copy the whole blueprint. Actually, that's not too bad. And it's going to be out by 2 meters, but I think with the overlap, that'll be okay. I kind of do need to run one of these underneath to fill that gap. Oops, I should have counted. I think it was there. Did that move? Three, four. See, I've got 7, 8. I've got a bit of stick drift as well, which really doesn't help. Oh, of course, it's slightly too short. I can probably just copy and glue these bits on. Oops. Okay, that way this bit of the roof is kind of a bit more of an even height, and that bit of the roof is a bit more of an even height, sort of. So I kind of need a vertical stack here, but it's possibly that one's too... Yeah, that's 4. That's going to be too big. So let's just cut and paste and do it manually. Okay, so that's our roof line. So now I think we start with the edges, which is just a copy of this flat bit here. Although we really should start with the middle peak of the roof and figure out how wide it's going to be. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is 5 across. But if we have 1 up, then we've really only got a cap of 1 roof in the middle. So this will be kind of in the middle, and there's a halfway mark. Then we'll ramp up. Then we'll just have a single glass. There's a cap here. then we go back down again. We kind of need a one across so it lines up, maybe two across, so it lines up with the middle of that one, I think. I'm not sure why it's not quite lined up. Which means we can possibly fit two in. Let's try this. Let's delete that. See, it's not lined, I mean, it is kind of lined up with the center of the factory, actually. That is lined up with the machines. Let me just extend the concrete up and see. Yeah, okay. Because if I can line those up. Yep, okay, cool. So this middle glass bit here is actually lined up with the machines below. So let's just do a glass sort of gabled feature over that, and then we'll just have flat on the edges. Must remember to move my feet, otherwise I'm going to cramp. I am standing up while I play here. You don't have to say planning up. You can sit down while you're playing. The game works equally well with both. Missed. Ah, no, still not good enough. Don't really need it inside, but I might as well put it there. And I don't think we really need a glass wall in the end here, so we might as well just use a wall like that. Okay, that comes to halfway through there. That's pretty good. That's fine. In which case I really don't need any cap here if it's going to go halfway into the wall. Actually, no, we do need a cap because this is naked here. So copy that. Except once I put this on, I'm not going to be able to get inside and finish these off. Cool. That's not too bad. Other than these stray bits. Don't think I'm too fussed about a couple of corners being like that. I do need to put this one through the middle here though. How am I going to get under? Okay. I think that's nudging diagonally. Damn it. It looks correct at that point though, so I'm just going to run with it. And because we changed the size, we need to repaint it. Although the asphalt looks to be on this side, so that's not too bad. I'm tempted to run... Nah, that's fine like that. That'll do. Great. Two more roofs. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. We have to do a roof over that side as well. Actually, what we do there is what I've done on other places is I need a manhole for walls. And we put that there. So this roof, we want to do a similar thing, but it's going to be up higher, sort of near the top of that ridge. And again, it would be good if it lines up so the middle window is over the machines. So I wonder if I can just snap it onto there. Whoops! It zooped the wrong way. Maybe I should... No, I'm going to go that height. It's just here it doesn't line up, but that's fine. Okay, so that's the main part of the roof. And we just copy these bits here. We can copy those little walls over there. So here there's an awful lot of space, so we really need some pillars up here maybe. We definitely need some walls. Because 1 meter higher it would fit perfectly. Now that we're up here, we can apparently throw pillars in bad places. We can try and... Oh, come on! I couldn't get it from now below and now I can't get it from above. Okay, let's lock it in place. That way it won't move on me. Well, I didn't line that up very well, did I? So much for my counting to get it just right. There's going to be a 1 meter gap. Oh no. Oh well, that probably explains why this one looks like it's odd at 1 meter rather than possibly being a 2 meter. As I said, because they're blueprints, they're not too hard to fix, but these we put in manually. So that's going to have to be rebuilt manually. Excuse me. Actually, I do have a blueprint that is a small stack of them. And I can't decide which one it is because it's that's the angled one. It's not a corner. It's not a corner sign. Maybe it didn't get sorted properly. Nope. Well, I know I can sample one. No, that's a double. I thought I had a single. Oh, I did a double and then just chopped it up. I guess that works. Except I don't want a 4, I want a 3. I can't tell if that's the right way around or not. Actually, no, we didn't want them along there. We wanted to keep that free. Okay, keep walking, keep walking. I think a clear window here would be kind of
Diapiver says, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dippy. How's it going? Is it actually afternoon, Dippy? Or is it just morning in disguise? It's going. Good, good. Been playing any more Satisfactory in VR? Or have you been neglecting your factories? $14.08, so it's definitely an afternoon, okay. Right, okay. So it's afternoon technically. Fair enough. There's a little hole there. A little hole in the wall. I might just chuck this in as a support pillar. Although it is very not black, isn't it? We can fix that. Actually, we can make it really black. 8? 8. No, that's material. 7 for colors. The really black color I don't have as a preset. Actually, that's black enough. It's just to make it a little darker, so it's not glaringly bright. You were growing your motor factory yesterday. Awesome. Were you doing that on stream or just offline? Okay, so it's got a bar across there, so that's got a bit more texture to it. Okay, so that's actually, why is that in the wrong color? That's better. Ah, cool. I might have to go check the VOD then. That's very red and it's very hard to read. Remembers to publish the VOD. Okay, so last building segment that needs roofing. And then we will have this factory fully operational. I mean, it's operational, it's functional, but I made a promise. Every factory must have supports, walls, ceilings. So this is a much wider wing than the middle one. The middle one was kind of two small wings. So this one will be closer in roofing style to the far side, which we had kind of a black middle strip, then glass. So let's just go with that pattern and see if it fits. So aim for the black for the middle. I guess right to the edge is fine. Actually, I meant to nudge it up. No! I want to go that way. Not that way. So Dippy, what do you think about the Valve Steam frame? Do you think it's going to get decent Linux support? Some Steam VR under Linux? For those not in the goss, Valve have finally announced their new VR headset. Dubbed the Steam frame, which goes along with the Steam controller and the Steam box, I think it's called, otherwise known as the Gabe Cube. Love that name. And the Steam frame looks like an interesting headset. It's not high-end like people were hoping. It's actually very similar to a Quest 3 in specs. But the big difference is, well, the big differences are that it has eye tracking, which opens up opportunities for optimizations, so allowing better quality streaming and technically, you know, potentially better performance if a game supports it through foveated rendering. But the other thing is, it's a very much a streaming focused. You're getting it when your index dies. Okay, index to the end, enter. The other thing is, it is very much focused on streaming PC VR. So similar to what I'm doing with the Quest 3, like my Quest 3 is like 80% streaming from a PC, but the Quest is not really designed or optimized for it. It works thanks to some smart people and some smart technology. But the Steam frame comes with a Wi-Fi adapter that you plug into your PC. So out of the box, it is made, built and ready for streaming PC wirelessly without needing any extra purchases So it's an interesting bit of technology. Hoping for foveated rendering in frame. Yeah, but the foveated rendering requires the game to support it, which is the challenge. But it's interesting. They've positioned the frame, I think, to be a very much an introductory mass market headset. And it's designed to play even your flat games. So even if you don't have VR titles, you can use it to stream your flat games, and they'll just appear on a massive virtual screen. So they're aiming it at like the Steam Deck crowd and people looking at alternate ways to play their Steam games. And sneakily, then you have a VR headset. So hopefully it should drive, I think if it's successful, it will drive a pretty big increase in VR headset adoption by people who have been avoiding it until now. It also has the added bonus that it is not associated with Meta at all. So the Quest is a really good bit of hardware. But if you don't like Meta, and I don't blame you, the Steam Frame will allow you to completely skip the Meta bullshit. Not that Valve are perfect, but they certainly have a much better track record than Meta as far as doing the right thing. And you know, they want to sell you games, they don't want to sell you advertising, which is a massive step to begin with. If Facebook headsets were the only VR option, I would exit VR. Fair enough. I know some people have like a zero tolerance for Meta. I could never afford an Index, unfortunately, back in the day. They were not sold directly in Australia, and so the only way to get them was to grey import them through EB Games, which had a massive markup on them. And so they were very out of my price range. So I grudgingly have a Quest. And it's okay. Like most of the time I run virtual desktop and I never see any of the rest of the junk that comes with it. But I will certainly be more peace at mind using a Steam Frame. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get one at launch though. Where did that go? Oh, damn it, I went all that way to copy that piece. Fine, I'll just pick it from the menu. Yeah, Valve now sell directly to Australia, so it should come to Australia at a comparable value price as other markets. And it should come at the same time as other markets. I'm still expecting it to cost more than a Quest, though. Because, you know, they're not subsidizing it by selling your advertising data or anything like that. So I reckon it will be quite expensive. But still cheaper than probably the high-end VR headsets that are around. The cringe M name. I bought the Oculus Rift S, to be completely fair. When I got into VR, the Oculus Rift S was my headset. And it was sold in Australia and it was affordable. And it was pretty good back in the day. That was before Facebook bought them out and did nasty things to them. Hey, Rift S isn't that old. There's much older headsets than the Rift S. Kind of feel this should have a window as well. It's sticking out up enough that we can get away with the gabled window. My feet are cramping up. Should walk around a bit more. Ah, that's why I didn't do it here. Well, I could do like this. A little bit of glass. I've No, exposing my VR Zimmer frame would be saying that I was a VR fan since the 90s. Not that you could really buy anything back then, but maybe even the 80s. But, you know, I used to be a big fan of like the stereo 3D pictures that were all dots and you used to have to cross your eyes to view them or wall-eyed. Dreaming of something a bit more dynamic. Hey, I think we finished the roof. We might actually be finished. So I've got a roof here. We should probably check from inside. Oh, missed. Ah! Oh, did I put something on the back? You know what? I'm going to stick a ladder here.
Azure Wren wants you to stretch. Go on, do it. Reach your hands in the air like you just don't care.
That's probably a good idea. Just let me get to the highest point possible, then I'll do some stretches. Man, that ladder is blue. Alright, I can do some toe touching looking down at the factory below, and I've just realized there's columns down there that I need to stretch up to the sky. I did that side but not that side. Oh, I can feel the air conditioning. Oh, that's nice. Oh, and I can see the gas cloud over there that looks 2D moving as I move. Bend the knees, rip the pants. Oh. Oh. I need to pick my feet up as well, kind of do some walking on the spot. And not fall over. Yeah, did you hear the creaks? Did the creaks come through over the mic? Oh, there's no one. Okay. Yep, I think the roof's done. We haven't done the back here, though. We need to fill in this back hole, otherwise the water will get in. Our factories will get wet. That's that one done. Did I do this one? Yep, I did. Cool. So far, I mean, that's the highest factory, but that one's elevation-wise is higher than this one. Looking down over the blue crater. Right. That's most of it. I mean, there's detailing, like, I did say I'd make that wall a little more spruced up. I need to fix the pillars inside, but I think this looks like a functional factory. Yeah. I might lower that sign down. Not maybe to exactly the same height as that, but the height difference is noticeable. That's a minor thing though. I can do that another time. And I do want to put a bit of a sign on there. So let me go inside and finish those pillars. So through here, up here. And these pillars here. I think that actually fits. I thought those other ones didn't fit. I still reckon there's a meter at the top that isn't quite. Yeah, there's a meter at the top. Okay, those are just there because there's no other constructors there, so that's all done. Those floating platforms can go. This is kind of a little floaty. And that's okay because, yeah, and that's a little buggy. If you look what I did through here, I actually put some frames around, and I should have done that before deleting all those foundations that were floating up high, because that would have made sense. But we'll just have to do some nudge magic and find a place to put them in. I mean, if we start from the floor, we can just nudge it up from there, I guess, thanks to changes to how nudge works. And attaching it to the pillars there would make sense. Yeah, it's not too bad. And then it'll attach to the window. Great. And we will use some small... Actually, can I copy that from over there? No. I think that's got a frame around it. Yes, got it. That walkway is not great with that positioning. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to move that walkway. It's going to be a little awkward. Actually, you know, if I do a walkway without the side barrier... Actually, that was probably the right one, T-junction. If I put a railing here, though, it's going to stick out there a little. That's just the same width. And the road barrier is the same width. Well, I guess it'll be our old friend, the beams. Oh, we could actually use concrete. Actually, what I'll do is I will use the metal ones. Actually, I could use like a braided cable. No, that's too fat. I think just the old metal beams probably for the best. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, so all the pillars now go up to the roof. We've got frames here. We need some frames over the other side there. I wonder if I run those across, if they will interrupt anything. Or if they will actually line up nicely. Yeah. Kind of goes through the middle there, but it has in other places as well already. Where did it go after I nudged it? Need to get up higher. Oh, I'm not getting quite so much of a crick in the neck. Actually, this support is going to have to go up higher anyway because it comes from there. And then this can continue that way. Is that centered? I think so. Looking at the window it is, although it is actually outside the window. Come on, snap in the right place and then lock in the right place. These are always really fiddly because basically you have to aim right on the frame itself, and if you aim between the frame things, it snaps to something behind. Oh, come on, that was locked. You know what? How about I just lock it there and nudge it in place? Do I want to go all the way across? Sure, why not? I love that you can nudge it on the first tap, and then after zooming out you can lock it and nudge it again. That is really useful for tweaking alignment. Hey, I actually kind of lined up. And we want another magic hole there, so let's get our wall hole, stick on the window, nudge it across, out a bit, up a bit. So we have a nice visible hole that it's going into, even though it's just a black box. Okay, and now by extending that frame out to there, that will actually be useful, and then I can snap this and make it look like it's sitting on top. Hooray for supports. This one I might also run all the way across the top. The miner does not need any extra supports. Okay, that's a bit better. Well, I'm getting a bit of cooling. I'm actually going to sit down on a stool and give my feet a bit of a rest. Just let me recenter my space and my chi, my focus. There we go. So we've got frame supports there, everything is well supported. Cool. Is there anything else we need to tweak on this factory? Or can we call it done? I mean, there's lots of little things I can tweak. I can spend ages at this, but I think for the sake of here's a factory and now the architecture is done, I think we're there. And anything else will just be a bonus that I fiddle with in my spare time. Better put some safety rails here. There's a hole there. It's showing the inner workings. I can't have that. And it's tagged munching. Don't think I need the railing. Come on, where's my wall? Bit more texture. That I might leave. I don't know if I want two of these, the same wall texture. Actually, maybe. Maybe I do just blanket it out. Sometimes I hit nudge and it completely vanishes. It's like, where have you gone? That is a very plain wall. I think maybe I'll leave the middle row concrete. And I can do something else along there later on. Maybe some signs or something like that. But for now, I'll just do it like that. Okay, we have one advanced steel factory complete. It's not a massive throughput. This is just making components for us to use in building other projects. So all the materials, we go outside. So we have sort of 3 main wings, although the central wing is kind of divided into 2. So over here we have heavy encased beams being made. In the center here we have pipes and beams. And then over here we have stators in the front half, and the factory up the back is making motors. So all of these now filter down into the front office foyer area of the factory, where you can see the products come down here, and each of these has a container behind it, so you can grab masses amounts of whatever you need as you need it. And this also filters down to dimensional depots hidden under the floor, so all of these should be topping up the depot as we come along. Bomark, good evening, how are you? We have just finished, in quotation marks, the steel factory. I could spend ages tweaking it, but I think it is time. Actually, I do want to tweak that wall over there. And let's plug this hole here. Come on, we're like almost there. This one kind of needs a bit of a push back. No. There's a big hole there. I don't think that clips into anything. Looks okay. Oops, no, don't zoop, don't zoop. What is the time? The time is 9:43, so we do have a bit of time left. Relax and Frack. So we had Bomerk and Relax and Frack all rock up within 2 minutes of each other. Wow, the party has arrived. Good evening, everyone. How are you all on this fine Friday morning / afternoon / evening? Do I just need to go through all the spiel I just did? We're finishing the factory. We actually have finished something. Hooray. But I do have a couple of other small projects that we can look at tonight. Not massive factories, but a few upgrades that we can finish off. How did that not... Oh, it has snapped to there instead of there. Okay, that's my bad. It's supposed to snap to there. Okay, I am going to get rid of this scaffolding. I think I do not need to be up on the roof anymore. I think I have finished the roof sufficiently. I mean, I could put air ducts or something on there or anything like that, but I think it is now time to get rid of this scaffolding. Optimistically, we do not need to be this high. Hopefully by the time we need to come up here again, we'll have a jetpack. Hopefully. It shouldn't be too far away. We do need project parts next, so we definitely have a bit more to go before we get the jetpack, but next time we need to get on the roof, we should have ways of getting up there that do not involve long staircases. Beautiful facade. Thank you, Frack. I sneakily did like another 8 hours off stream between last stream and this stream. Where I brainstormed a bunch of ideas and did a whole bunch more work, making it look a lot more presentable and interesting. And also did some work on the inside. We've got little access doors here to get underneath. That needs a bit of tidying or just blocking out, but it's okay. So now we've got a walk through in the inside here. You can either go up to the top or you can walk through here. And there's a little peek into the logistics under the floor there. But this floor area here, we've got sort of walkways down here. We've moved the awesome sink forward a bit. So instead of blocking this, we open this up as a walkway, and the awesome sink is now a feature in the middle of the floor here. And we're up to 25 tickets. Nice. Might as well print those off while we're here. 59 tickets. Wow. Okay, I think we've reached the point where we're not short on tickets for anything, because I think we've unlocked the important stuff. Like, we're not golden nut stage yet, but I think we are. We can go and unlock some cool paints and things now. There's a floating panel up there, and there's also a little walkway out here. I will fiddle around and do a sign here. I think maybe show the products that are being made, but I think I'll do that another time. I think that's enough for this factory for now. Okay, am I going to make it? Oh, that was close. And we also put these diagonal walls with the signs as features underneath. But I found out while trying to take a screenshot that this side, this direction, does not get any sunlight. The sun kind of travels behind. So this facade here is actually in shade most of the time, unfortunately. But maybe the factories we build on the other side will get a bit more direct sunlight. So yes, factory number 2 completed. So we've got our basics factory and our steel factory. So the next project, which I'll start next stream. No, that's not going to make it. That's not going to make it. That's okay, I made an access door down here. The next project will be project parts or the space elevator, because basically, now let me go back to the hub and I'll show you the sort of milestone map and where we're at there. And let's see if we can unlock a few more things. No, I did actually want the zip line. Thank you. You don't actually have to hold your hand up there. You can hold it down here. It actually it doesn't make any difference in VR. But immersion-wise, gotta hold it up. I would like to have it so it anchors you to the wire, and so if you move around, it moves your body relative to the wire. I would still like to try and implement that someday, but that is not a priority at this stage and would be challenging to do, but would be interesting. Hey doggos, how you going? Oh, Scratch, you're a bit late, but still awesome. As I was saying, I can't automate crystal oscillators yet, and I keep needing them for the big signs. So these doggos have actually done... Oh, that's the other thing I need. High-speed connectors. Good one. Now, the other thing I need is circuit boards. Can you give me some circuit boards, please? George? No, he can't give me circuit boards. It looks very beautiful. I saw it when you first started building the walls. Everything was transformed. Thanks. Yeah, but this is the thing. It took me 2 streams of about 5 hours each to make the functional factory, and 3 to do the architecture effectively. That's a pretty big monolith from here. I need to upgrade my little concrete outpost. So yes, let's go have a look at the milestones. Okay, so MAM tech. Is there any MAM tech worth unlocking? Not really. Alien tech. This will be useful eventually, but we can't make computers yet. But next phase we will. So far I've got 3 space increases to the depot. I haven't got personal upload yet, but there's reasons for that. Deuterium R. Oh, I did do power switches. I should have built a power switch while I was over there. Priority power switch takes high-speed connectors, which is a rare thing at the moment. Synthetic power shards, I do not need to make those yet. I am way away from them. I could do the Explorer, but again, that takes crystal oscillators, which is a bit of a rare resource at the moment. Oh, I'd love to have a radar tower too, but oh, that's expensive stuff I can't make. Sulfur, yeah, don't need that yet. Hard drive wise, so basically I have unlocked, I have access to every alternate recipe that I can have at this tech level, to the point where it started to give me single things because there was nothing else to learn. So while I have another hard drive and I can get some more, until we unlock the next tier, there's no point me researching any new hard drives. Coming up to the hub here. Still haven't unlocked jump pads. So we've finished tier 3 and tier 4. But the objectives, can we see the objectives here? I don't know if I can. I might have to open the HUD. So wait for the objectives to appear. Smart plating we have finished. We have our very basic smart plating from the phase 1 just been ticking away. Oh, now I have to repeat everything because Relax can hear me. So we've done the smart plates. The smart wiring, I won't bother with a real factory yet because you only need 100. So I'll do a jury rig, kind of a hand-fed assembler for that. That won't take long. It's the 1,000 frames that is the last hurdle to finish phase 2. So in the next stream, I'll be making a blueprint factory to make the frames, and so we'll make it stackable so we can scale it. And then we're going to go chuck it down in the world. Now I kind of roughly know where I'm going to build that factory. So now is probably a decent time to scout out that while we've got a little bit of time left. Hey Relax, how's it going? You need to get back to your playthrough, but lately I've either been working on my game or trying to get older games off my backlog. Fair enough. I have lots of older games on my backlog, but Satisfactory is a lifestyle choice. So yes, next session we'll make the factory, but I'll do a bit of planning this session. There is another thing I wanted to do though, and that's to do with power. If we have a look at our power, we're currently producing 2400. And this is because we have 16 coal generators that are overclocked to 200%, which is okay for now. We're only max consumption of 2100, but this isn't great. And I don't want to go overboard with a fuel power station in the future. So what I want to do is I want to have geothermal. You roll credits on 4 games in the past few weeks. Wow, that's cool. Which 4 games did you finish? So we are going to make geothermal generators now. I think it was Caterium? These suckers. And this is why we need lots of high-speed connectors. Now I can make high-speed connectors, but to make them you need circuit boards, and I can't make circuit boards. But while we only have 3 doggos, they have been pretty generous. And we actually have 65 high-speed connectors here, plus the ones that one of the doggos just gave us. And we have 96 circuit boards. Do we need computers? Might be worth me hanging onto those as well. So with those circuit boards, I can make more high-speed connectors. Now I need a total of 100 to unlock it, and then some more. So let's just... I don't want to accidentally burn through the circuit boards if I need circuit boards for something else though. So I need to be a little careful here. Maybe I should have saved the game. Saving the game now is probably a good idea. Let's just get 100 and then I will pause it and save the game. Are we there yet? Ah, yes, I think I saw you on Discord with Russ playing Are We There Yet? Expedition 33, nice. That is definitely on my backlog to play. And Arcane Age, I haven't picked up Arcane Age yet, but it looks very good. And Moss Book 2, I do really need to get back to Moss at some stage. I have Book 1 and Book 2, but I have not finished Book 1 yet. But they look like excellent games to play on the Steam frames. So maybe when the Steam frame comes out, if I pick one up, I might play Moss on that. Yeah, Russ was on earlier, and Russ was saying she'd started a Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough with you. That's cool. Okay, so I'm going to save now before I unlock any tech, just in case I stuff up something. And this is the 5th stream. We've been working on the advanced steel factory. Cannot wait to get a frame. So anxious I will miss the pre-order. Bye-bye, Meta. If I could afford it, I would want to. No, we don't know the price yet. Valve have said they're trying to get it under 1,000 US. And 1,000 US is $1.5 grand Australian, if not more. So yeah, see, I need a new graphics card as well. Okay, I need 1,000 quick wire. Should have that in the inventory here. Okay, I've been using it. Okay, so let's pop over to our starter factory over here. We're actually making quick wire here because there is a Caterium node right near these lovely normal iron nodes and a normal copper node. So this is a great place to build an early game factory of all the bits and pieces. And see, we've got supports, we've got walls, we've got roofs. It's a working complete factory. And this is all the products it makes. So over here we have our quick wire. So we need 1,000, so let's grab... we probably need more to build them, so I'm just going to grab another chunk as well. So we've got AI limiters, quick wire, normal wire, cable, what are they? Copper sheets, rods, plates, reinforced plates, rotors, and frames, all made in this. And like the other factory, this is not high production quantities. This is just making enough to fill the depot, so we have plenty of building supplies. And if we need to run over and grab 1,000 quick wire, it's not too far away. Yeah. Nope, gonna have to wait on that one. Are you telling me, Azure, and I have to wait, or are you saying you have to wait? I've been holding off getting a new graphics card because the 5080, I'd really like a 5080 with a bit more VRAM, so I'm hoping they release something soon. Okay, geothermal generators. This will allow us to scan for geysers and stick generators on top, which will give us more power. Start research. The family household. Okay, so I can personally have one, but the family can't use one. I have a 3080 currently, and the 3080 is... It's okay.
Generator unlocked. Geysers added to the object.
Geysers.
When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. When life gives you
Aida said geysers.
events, run directly towards them and build generators. Use potentially lethal natural phenomena for your own benefit. It's the fix-it way.
Yeah, so the 3080, the problem is like I'm streaming Satisfactory here, and I am battling to get... Actually, I'm getting closer to 45. I try and get 60 frames a second so I can stream smoothly at 60. But I think since the latest Satisfactory update, it's actually got a bit worse. So I'm actually only getting 45. I'm using synchronous space warp to get 90, or I'm aiming for 120. But it is less than optimal. And I'm running on medium difficulty, medium detail and medium resolution. So... this is very playable, but it is far from smooth and it is far from shiny. And so I would really, really like a graphics card update so that I can... I mean, streaming takes a hit. I do get more frames if I'm not streaming. So I don't need that, George. So if I'm not streaming, I do get a bit better frames a second because part of the... I'm sort of capturing the output in software. But even if I wasn't, I'd still be battling to hit that 60 frames a second at medium quality, which is a little annoying. So yeah, definitely an upgrade would be nice. Even a 4080 would be good, but you can't really buy 4090s here anymore, and 4090s are expensive. 5080 would be a big update, but I'm kind of hoping they come up with something a little better than the 5080, and hopefully not too much expense to it. So yes, do I want a 5080 Ti or do I want a Steam frame? Because the Steam frame is like, yes, no meta. Gotcha, absolutely. That's good. I should actually check to make sure I can afford this power generator thing before I go all the way over there. The Steam frame is not much higher spec hardware-wise than a Quest 3. And while it does have eye tracking for foveated goodness, that is no guarantee that will actually make games like Satisfactory in VR smoother and better. Look, I've got a pile of crystal oscillators there. So I am holding reservation for the Steam frame as much as I would like one, and I love the concept of it. My Quest 3 is functional. If anyone asks who doesn't have a headset what headset to get, I'd say wait for the Steam frame, absolutely. But if you've already got a Quest 3 with a good wireless hub and virtual desktop, it's already a pretty good setup. Building power. I can now make geothermal detonators. Generators. Okay, so the big thing here is 25 high-speed connectors per generator, and the rest of the stuff I have automated, including motors now. So that high-speed connector is the bottleneck. We can make 23. Oh, what are we short of? It's got to be just cable, right? No? Well, let's make 23. I think the experience will be light years ahead of the Quest 3 though. Like people say that Index looks almost as good as the Quest 3 and it has no, Index does not look as good as the Quest 3. I've used an Index. Terrible screen door and low res. At least that's my experience with the Index versus Quest 3. I find the Quest 3 much clearer and lower screen door effect than an Index. Justice Guy, good afternoon. How's it going? Yes, I have been streaming for hours already. You missed all the architecture stuff, and now we're making we're actually making some geothermal power. Well, they weren't necessarily full of shit, relax, because everybody's experience is different, but that's my take. I mean, I only used an Index for a short period of time, but my comparison after using Quest 3 was the Index was quite a downgrade. Like, amazing tracking, I'm sure it has amazing tracking, but the Index was... Also, the Index is Fresnel lenses. So, yeah, the Quest 3 is heaps clearer than an Index. Okay. Quickwire was actually what we ran out of. That is useful because we know where to get more quickwire. It's just using a bucket load apparently. So I want to make at least one of these now, but there are quite a few hot spots around here. So I should be able to make a nice little cluster of geothermal power. Seems to really chew through the quick wire, so let's grab a 2,000 of those. Not surprised by the conversation topic. It's actually been a pretty quiet night. Yeah, while I was doing architecture, the stream's been pretty quiet, but we've just had, I think we've had a run of US time zone people come on all in a row and start asking questions, so we've been chatting about the Steam frame. Yes, it's a hot topic currently. It has the potential to be a great Quest 3 replacement, but unless that foveated rendering optimization happens, it's going to be limited improvement functionally, I think. But the fact that someone can buy it plug it in and instantly have great PC VR streaming, that is a really good selling point. And if they can make it affordable, I'm really hoping that it gives a boost to PC VR. It consumes so much frame content on YouTube, but I would say the only ones worth watching are One Official Vid, Gamers Nexus, Tested, and Loose. Yes, actually, I've watched Digital Foundries is the other one I watched. And I have watched LTTs. I have the Tested one queued up. I haven't looked at that yet, and I haven't looked at the Gamers Nexus one yet. But yeah, those are good sources of information. So I've got enough to make 2 at least. So let's stop when we hit that. And let's go see if we can find Digital Foundry on your list. Yeah, Digital Foundry they're very good on technical stuff. And unfortunately theirs was kind of an interview between the guy who knows VR and the guy who actually got to try it out. But it was still pretty informative, and they talked about things like why it's LCD due to screen persistence and things like that. The LCD I think is the biggest disappointment for me, but I understand it. Now what I actually want to do is scan the geysers. There should be one that way. There's a whole bunch that way. Yes, okay, there's one there, 800. There's a whole bunch of them there, and there's more there. That is quite a lot. Okay, so that's a pure one. Excellent. Pure. Oh, that's a pure as well. Okay, nice. Oh, they vanished. Let me scan again. That's more than just one. Why can't I zoom? There we go. Pure. Oh my goodness. Normal. Temp. Okay. Temp? Maybe these ones are temp. But if those are 2 pure nodes... No, that's a temp. Pure. This one out here was a pure. We should actually get some pretty decent power out of this. Hello, have you got something for me? Wow, that was quick. I only just talked to you guys and you've already got stuff for me. Nice. Are the other 2 being busy as well? I think it was Timmy who gave me something and then teleported to the other side of the water park and then gave me something else. And I was so tired, it took me a while to notice. Other than the fact I managed to somehow raid 4 doggos. I had to go back to the stream to see which one it had duplicated. You're fine with LCD because it makes sense. Same with black and white pass-through. I wish the pass-through was color. I can live with that, but it is a disappointment because color pass-through when you're used to it is really useful. Especially like when I'm doing dev work, sometimes I won't bother taking my headset off if I need to like do stuff on my desk or even click on something on my desktop. I just leave it on and look through the pass-through. But
incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
The frame does have an I/O connector at the front, and it sounds like there's potential for color cameras to be attached as an accessory to the front. So I would not be surprised if there is an accessory to enable color pass-through, maybe even an official one from Valve. So this is the Steelworks factory that we finished the architecture on. So we finally finished putting the walls on and the roof today. Cheers. I'm pretty happy with how it turned out. It looks like a factory. So here we are in the middle of the blue crater. And right here, under the center point of this circle, we have a geyser. I have never built a geothermal power thing before, so this is a first for me, and that looks really disgusting. Black and white cameras on the front supposedly are better for tracking. First post got modified. I was expecting it to be a Steam Deck for your face. Well, it is a Steam Deck for your face. And by the sounds of it, it's actually a pretty impressive Steam Deck. like for what it is. Like apparently it can run Ghost Town on it, which is a recent VR title. And it's like, if it can run Ghost Town at a decent quality, that's actually pretty impressive. And I wonder if they're using foveated rendering in Ghost Town on the frame directly. Whoa, it's huge. That is huge. Okay. I'm gonna need to build this a little higher. This is just like the marker for the center of my circle, and I don't want to delete it in case I need to find it again. What I might do is I might build a tower to stand on. Organization? There. Okay. As I said, I've never actually built one of these. Which way is home? So home is kind of looking from this direction. So yeah, if I put it like this, it's kind of facing towards home, although the power, I don't know how I'm going to run power yet. Because the coal supply is over there, so really I should run it over that way perhaps. That is huge. Did you replace the E with an I in deck? Type of course. No, I had different names for the pixel counters. Ah. Yeah, I would have loved a higher res OLED thing. It's a shame you can't overclock these. Okay. So how are we going to wire this up? I think if I ran it to over there, I can at least keep it on a separate switch to the coal generators, but still have it sort of in the main power circuit. So I'd like to run power under the water. Don't know how to do this. I haven't really thought this far ahead. Thought about ideas, but... So attach that, and if we put something like an underwater... We need a little blueprint of something that's like an underwater connector. And briefly at the PFD, Mr.
Look
High res and
lively.
load.
It's time to do those stretches and
ad rank
hydrate.
snuck up on me. I'll play for Dream. Yes, right. Okay. There's a Twitch break. I forgot. I didn't see that coming. I've been too busy talking. Okay. I'm going to take a couple of minutes while the ad break is running. And I'm going to have a drink. I will be back shortly. Okay, we are back. At least I think I'm back. My actual ad counter stopped showing, so I'm not sure if the ad break's over yet, but we will continue. We have just built our first ever geyser. What's it called? Geothermal generator. That's what we've got. And it is a big sucker. Which is an interesting feature for the middle of the Blue Lake. But I need to run some power cables so we can actually connect it to the grid. And I don't really want above water ones, and while having power cables run underwater seems like a safety hazard. So what I'll do is I'm going to build just a basic blueprint to act as kind of a power line under the water. Wondering if I should... Do I run a complete long line, or do I just run bits? And then... See, I have no idea if the bottom of the water is level or not. 800p on the deck screen is fine for me. Oh, okay. VR needs the pixels move. Yeah, 800p on a deck is a lot less than 2100 times 2 on a VR. Yeah, I think the resolution is fine. Like 2100, like, I mean, I'm kind of crying because I don't have a graphics card that I can even push the Quest 3. So I should be so lucky to have something that could push what I've got, and eventually I will get a graphics card update. But the fact that it's foveated, why can't I stick that on the pillar? Oh, it's a power line. I need a connector. The fact that it's foveated rendering means that they could do some really interesting magic with it. To get performance out of a portable device. I don't know if this needs to be a permanent blueprint. I think just something temporary is enough. I'm curious how deep this water is. Actually, what we probably need is like an actual power pole. Probably not make of metal. Let's make it out of concrete. And actually we'll attach it. Oh, that's not rotated right. Where's my world grid? Hey, it's actually lined up with the world grid. You have not watched yet, just see that it exists. Watch if you want to go to breakfast. My chat isn't big enough. I've lost the message off the top. Lots of journalists posting basically the same review after queuing for the same experience. Yeah, I have seen several and they seem to have all had the same like 4-hour experience. There hasn't really been any that have had a deep dive. Some have been able to test PC VR and some tested the mobile experience. So there's a few differences that way. Ah, sploosh. Oh, how do I get out? I can check the water level while I'm here. Oh, that's nice and flat. Okay. My plan might work. Oh, sadly, Brady has a video out. That will be an interesting one to watch. Because he's been following this for a very long time. And he must be relieved that it's kind of a reality now. This can't be good, putting electrical connectors directly underwater like this. Probably no new intro to his take. Yeah, because he will have some theories about why certain things are done certain ways. Given what he knows about it. Okay, so we want it to be rotated the other way around. Okay, that's too low, and that is... Okay, it does get a bit deeper over there, but... That's okay. No one will see that under there. I haven't seen the Gamers Nexus video yet. Oh, this is a bit slippery here. And low poly. Oh, come on. I think I'm going to need more scaffolding here to actually just stand on. So yeah, I definitely would love a Steam frame just from the privacy aspect. You know, out of everybody, I think Gabe is less interested in doing nefarious things with data. This is clipping into the water. Is that solid? Hey, this is solid. That's less useful. I can't delete it. That's a bit annoying. That's not where I clicked. That's a very, very odd clipping in that area. Totally safe. Actually, I should build this on the other side. Ooh, that was close. I do realise that by connecting this up, it will be the last I ever see of a smooth power graph ever again. I mean, it'll be smooth, it just won't be flat. See, I can clip through the water there. It's just the water on top of the geyser there is actually solid. Maybe I should put little lights on the top of this.
I believe that's called ice.
Didn't look like ice, it looked like water or slime. Maybe I'll just manually build one on the end here. It was translucent and it was wiggly and it was green. It didn't look like ice. So this is panel 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, I could just stick it on the wall there actually. Put a double connector that goes through the wall. Did I unlock double connectors? Yes, I did. That's useful. I'm kind of assuming I've got it all wired up and connected properly there. Just delete the path out. Yeah, so a really nice place to put raw power. Oh, why don't this snap to anything? Probably a good thing the water is solid. The pools in Yellowstone are extremely corrosive. Problem is, I nudged something under it, and now I cannot delete it because it is under it. Which is the problem. Actually, I can put something, attach it to there, nudge down. That is not actually lined up with that. Maybe I should just actually run it along here. Except that's going to make a double point, isn't it? Yes, it's going to make a double point. No, I wanted it there in the middle, not right on the corner. Okay, now I can do stuff under here with it. Although I was going to set up a mini water park here, but doesn't need to be done. How big are storage units? Power storage. Yeah, we could put some of them in the water. I mean, we could put some there's conveyor belts there. I could put a few back there. Or we could build it somewhere more prominent, but it would be nice to have some battery storage because this thing is unstable. Did I actually connect it? Yes! Oh, look at that. Look at that power graph. Yeah, okay. So let's build our first ever power switch, which I swear I unlocked. There it is. I don't have priority switches yet, and they take expensive circuit boards. So we can build a basic switch for now. And where is the coal stations connected to? We haven't actually tidied up the coal stations. These are just ad hoc, so we really need to do some architecture on these sometime. That is solely coal stations, so this here is actually the coal station connection. Actually, let's move that. Run that along here. Sploosh. Oh, I don't have one lined up with this point. That's fine. Oh, just look, rotate. Thank you. Okay, now that cable there is the one that's leading the power back to everything else. Actually, where does this get its power from? This is our... okay, that's just feeding straight off the coal stations by the sound of it. I'm going to leave that on that. That can stay on that grid for now. Oh, I see. The other one comes to here. So this is the main access point to feed power to the rest of everything else. So, which is actually kind of lined up perfectly. Except that's crossing the wires. Oh well. Will this drop power to anything? Yes, because I think these switches are off by default. Whoops. Actually, there was a reason for making this a power pole. I can't flick levers on this point. There has to be a power pole. Wow, it's really liking to terrorize me with that sound. Okay, that's on, that's on. Hey. We've jumped from 2400 to something higher. Something higher and uneven. A few people fall in and die each year, it seems. Oh, okay. So that was some interesting new power that I'm going to make more use of because, as I mentioned, I don't want to. I want to, if I can, avoid building the stereotypical massive turbo fuel, rocket fuel power source. I might have to do some fuel power, but I would rather actually do nuclear this save because I've never done nuclear before. Except there's a bit of tech and a few factories between here and nuclear, so I need to have enough power, and I don't know if I'm going to do it just with this, unless I go crazy with more coal power. Yeah, does this look like ice? It's kind of rippling a little bit. It's like really hard jello. Which makes it, I guess, somewhat... No, it's slippery. Maybe they want it to be solid so you can get up the ladder. You did nuclear for the first time in your main save that I never finished? Okay. Just finished the plants, so I haven't really played with it running to ensure I did all my maths correctly. Yeah. Yeah, nuclear is... that's the problem, is rocket fuel is just so efficient and simple. And nuclear is so complicated, and you don't actually get a huge amount of power out of it to make it worth doing as a big power thing if all you're after is optimization. And you have to deal with the waste. So if you want to make it sustainable, the first thing you do is build the nuclear power, and then you have to build an even more complicated factory to deal with the waste. So yeah, I'll leave those there as the marker for the center of my circle, just in case I ever do need to get back to that. But I think we are done, at least for this one. I mean, I could turn that into a feature and have kind of a frame around it. That might be cool. Okay. How are we doing for time? 2:39. Probably a good thing that water is... oh no, it's an old chat. This game has very specific options about physics. Pipes work for me. I don't have too many problems with pipes. They have interesting physics, but other than a few minor bugs that you shouldn't in most circumstances run into, I find them quite predictable. Step one, just feed them from above solves most problems. Okay, I do need to do a lot of tidying up around here. I mean, it is a little well presented and they're technically attached to the ground, but I do need to spend some time finishing off the architecture. Hey, there's the mushroom. I was saying, why is that thing floating in midair? It's a mushroom. I could blow up the mushroom, that would get rid of it. You have had all the problems with pipes. Like, I even do feedback fluids for things like aluminium and batteries and things like that. No problem. And we will get to that in the next tier when we start working on plastic and stuff. I mean, we did a little bit with the coal here, but this is pretty much the only fluids we've done in this particular save so far. Okay, I think I'm going to step away from the blue crater for now. Now, as mentioned, the next task will be the versatile frames, I think they're called, for the phase 2. So next session I'll be making a blueprint factory for constructing those, and then we will find a place in the world to build a factory. And I also need to move the elevator because the elevator is not going to be there. But what's the time? I might spend a little bit of time scouting out where I want to put this next factory for next time, just to have a bit of an end cap for this session. Oh, something's after me apparently. Ah, just spitters. They won't do much damage. Now these versatile frames are going to need a lot of steel. So we're talking more coal, more iron. So yeah, I could have built them in the crater here, but I've already used 4 coal nodes. So can I ping more coal from here? I kind of know where I'm going to build it, but I've only seen it on a map. I haven't actually gone over and explored it. Basically, it'll be over here. Maybe there. I think maybe it's over here there's better coal. I don't think it's the impure ones there. So maybe we do a little trek over there now and just have a look over here, and maybe we'll be able to find some drop pods and things as well. Let me just check on the doggos. Should I take a vehicle or should I just go spelunking? More plastic, Timmy. You're ahead of the next tier. Scratch has nuts. And George is talking to Bean. Okay. Is there anything I need to change in my inventory? Probably don't need to carry this expensive stuff around with me. So let's dump that in a chest here. See, I could build a second... Actually, I could build 2 more geysers. I'll do that next time, I think. Because there is a spot that has another 2 pure ones. So if we do that, and maybe some power storage next time as well. Computers. I don't need to carry computers around with me. Let's actually take some of this plastic and rubber out, because that's not really a high... Actually, you know what? Let's take the motors out, because we can make those now. Motors and stators are so this current tier, but I can make them, so they don't need to be in the special box. Where did I find those? Oh, there's the crystal oscillators. You know, the stators and motors I might just recycle. I should take some more concrete with me. Okay, let's just grab it from the depot now. It should be right at the top. And then the depot can tick away and refill while we're out exploring. Recycle, recycle, recycle. This is where I find out there's a drop pod that needs motors and stators to unlock. So maybe I'll keep a few motors on me just in case. Actually, they're all in the depot. I do not need them. All of those are in the depot. Right, actually I don't need to carry the 59 tickets around with me either. Okay, so I've got, whoops, not the nuts, give me the nuts. 79 tickets. Okay, I think I'm doing okay. I'm just going to sit down on the stool again. When's the next ad break? Half an hour. Let's go. Just go a little scout. I'm not going to bother with the vehicle. I'm just going to run and jump. It's been a while since I've just been exploring on foot. Actually, do I have rebars on me? 83. That should be enough. I'm just doing a quick scout. I'm not starting a war or anything. Although I do know there are some hostiles in the area that we're heading towards. And I have taken down radioactive alcohol using nothing but obelisks. I just did it as a test. I'd rather not make a habit of it though, because it wasn't the most pleasant experience. Okay, so... Nope. Uh-oh. Stinger alert. There's actually coal right there. It's interesting. Normal node. Hogs. Oh, I remember this area. Maybe I should have saved the game before I ran off into the wilderness. Yep, I remember that drop pod being there. Okay, it's probably a good place for me to save and scout from this point. No, just a quick save, it's fine. Normal, pure, okay. Pure, but I also need iron. So those are over there. That was the normal one I was right next to. And the pure one is over there. Yeah, okay. Bunch of iron over there. Oh, there's a pure one there. So I think this was the area I was looking to build. But there's some interesting terrain here with the bridge over the void. There's also a lot of rocks. There's not a lot of flat ground. I wonder if I've got that drop pod up there. I think let's go along here and blow our way across with some explosives. Oh, there's a mesosphere there, but it's also very radioactive. Come on, through. Oh, what? Oh, that was a terrible throw. Got it. Nothing chasing me? No. Something is still... Oh, there's a stinky bit there. That went beyond. That's going to get the tree, probably. No, it didn't. Sometimes the detonation is laggy. That got it. Bomb. Bomb, 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 bomb. Bomb, bomb. Have it all from stop using novelist class for research explosive rebar. Yes, I have not got to explosive rebar yet. Explosive rebar is the ultimate clearing device for stinky plants. That's actually one of the reasons I want to build in this direction. Is there is a sulfur node here, so I should be able to build a little automated. Oh, come on, the trigger's not working. I should be able to at least automate nobelisks, and that will be also a prerequisite for automating explosive rebars, although I will need smokeless powder, which I cannot make yet. So yeah, that is definitely the plan in the future, is to go explosive rebar for stinky tree clearing. There's a purple slug up the top there. And another annoying little flower there. What's behind this wall? Is it alpha hogs? Or stingers? Or just more stinky plants? That is satisfying. Hogs. Lots of hogs. And radiation. Is there a radioactive hog, perhaps? Make sure I don't jump backwards off a cliff. I might go vertically here if there's stinky hogs. I'm waiting to... Where did that go? Okay, do not run into that. Yeah, there's many hogs there. And I wanted to build a factory here. Oh, we could always make a sky factory, I guess. There was some minerals there, so I'm wondering if that's radioactive.
I would have totally blown up myself there, lol.
If you throw an obelisk and you haven't seen where it's gone, you should check. Ow. I think there is radioactive stuff up here. No, don't fall down. Ah, damn it. Yeah, there is right there. Okay. Maybe I should climb a different way. Oops. Is that poison getting me? That's poison getting me. And it was delayed, which means it's probably one of the flowering plants, not the fart rocks. That hurt. I don't know. I've actually got... Where are my inhalers? There. Yeah, I really wish I had an explosive obelisk at this rebar at this stage. I may have thrown a lot of nobelisks when I was testing the new throw action. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Thank you. I'm not sure if that's a mod bug or a game bug. That's it, just a purple slug. Okay, well this is at least a good place to spot stuff. Oh, there's minerals down there. That's probably where all the iron is. Okay, it's all down below. That's okay. And there's coal there, so the coal is up above. Have there been updates to the controls since console release? No, it's still the VR controls are still the same. I have seen the frame controllers, and it does have more buttons, which is good for supporting flat games. By having a full set of controller buttons, it means that people can use a VR headset to play any Steam game that uses a controller, which is a really good idea. I'm not a fan of too many buttons on VR controllers myself, because I prefer to use gestures and things like that, and having too many buttons is less immersive. So yeah, there's a pure one there, a new normal one over there. And if I look at the iron, but I can see why I'd do it. It's a really smart design for them to make something that is worthwhile for a non-VR person to pick up and then slowly introduce them into VR. And I really hope it works, because then there'll be more people who have VR. Oh, is that gonna make it just? Cool. Let's just burn that bridge. X and Y on the wrong hand though. Yes. So for this particular mod, I'd have to change it so... I mean, you could just have X and Y and A and B on the one hand, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a compatibility conversion so that it treats the old X and Y on the other hand. I mean, it's Steam, so you can certainly rebind things. That's not going to make it. It would be a minor update to my mod to support the different layout, but it's also part of UEVR. Because my mod actually only sees normal controller buttons, because that's what UEVR emulates. I kind of want to set off from here, but it's really dangerous. Oh, that's a bad throw. And something shot at me. Something shot at me again. So this is not the most flat place to build a... Oh, hello. Ah. I'll take it. Probably should heal if I keep getting shot at. Touch of flat games, not as many grip buttons though. Interesting to see how devs handle this, or will the community have to make profiles in Steam? There'll be standard templates for most common mappings. I think there will be standard, especially something like UEVR. UEVR will have some standard configurations, I suspect, to support. Although from a general UEVR perspective, it's really good because UEVR is used a lot to emulate VR on games that use a traditional controller. So the average UEVR, it's actually going to be a lot better. It's just for something as heavily customized as my mod, it will be less until it is updated. Where was that dropship? This way, I think. Either way, I think I'm not necessarily a fan of the new controllers, but I think it's a very good move, the way they've designed it. It also it has capacity to recognize all fingers. So when you lift your fingers off the bottom, even though there's no buttons there, it still has the same knuckles representation of fingers, which I think is really interesting. Like everything is capacitive, including the main length of the controllers. And that's kind of cool. Oh, this is a cute little Rhine around the sluggo. And that is a terrible throw. That's a terrible throw. Oh, come on. I just lob it randomly in the distance and see where it lands. Nope. What? Yeah, dodge that. Ah, drop pod was over there. No, don't release your stinky gas. Yes, I do wish I had an explosive rebar. That would be very useful. Native Steam, better streaming wirelessly, finger tracking and eye tracking. Native Steam I am yet to be convinced of, because Virtual Desktop with OpenXR so far has been more efficient and better quality and throughput than any Steam VR thing that I've tried. And I've used a PSVR 2 direct display port with Steam VR, and it has been less quality than the Quest, or at least less FPS than the Quest with Virtual Desktop. Kills me, and it might. Yeah, I'm hoping that it gives a buttery smooth experience in Steam VR, but I have yet to be convinced. And this is why I have little hesitations. Like on paper, like the eye tracking should be brilliant. Native Steam, the dedicated wireless should be brilliant if it can work as they claim. Do I want to risk trying to get that drop pod? Ah, that's not blueprint. I mean, I'm here. I have health. It's just a wafer thin hog or two. I have no idea what this pod requires. Could require a whole pile of power for all I know. Works great with the frame. Well, we hope it works great with the frame. But like PSVR 2 is supposedly, you know, Steam native, which could kind of be cool. Or I could build a factory. There's not really room down there to build a factory. I could build one over the bridge. What's the trap here? Okay, spitter. Got it. He didn't even notice me. If the native Node PC performance proves to be disappointing, then I don't see much advantage of Quest 3. Yeah, and that's my reservation. Because I've already got a Quest 3, and I've optimized it with Virtual Desktop and a dedicated hub. Doggo! Could I get him past those hogs and all the way home? Next time. I know you where we are, Doggo. We'll head home for now, but we will clear out those nasty hogs and take you home with us next time. And that's why I'm not rushing to pre-order, or at least I'm tempted to. Don't get me wrong, I'd still like it.
Incoming propaganda broadcast detected. Please seek shelter.
That's that half-hour ad mark. Oh crap! Oh crap! Oh crap! 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 Oh sugar! Oh, I just double ventil and put that away. Hey, look! It's a factory. That's quite cool. Okay, so I am going to wrap it up here for the night. I'm out of nobelisks. I will need to handcraft a bunch more. Tonight we finished the architecture on the Advanced Steel Factory, or the Steelworks. We also built our first ever, our Versatile Frames Factory, with maybe a side of automated nobelisks. You can play games with all the extra steps, then it's very interesting, although price is still a factor. Yes, yeah. And that's the thing, it is going to be, I think, super accessible. The deck was worth it because I can play near any time, but that's never got to be true for VR. Yeah, I'm pretty efficient with VR, with my virtual desktop and Quest. I actually have a pretty smooth experience, but, you know, I've had to set... Oh, I needed some nobelisks. Thanks, Timmy. Not that 2 nobelisks is going to go very far. Yeah, it's... Quest 3 has been moderately smooth, although they keep changing the operating system, so it's a bit random when things start or stop working. So yes, having something that is dedicated and optimized for streaming PC VR would be really nice. But we will see as more information comes out, and hopefully people will get early access and be able to do some reviews and testing on it and let us know if it's good. Okay, so that is it for the stream tonight. Thank you very much for hanging out and watching and talking about the Steam Frame. I don't think I'll be streaming tomorrow night, but I might get optimized. I might get inspired to. I'll see how I feel, but I've got a pretty busy weekend on, I think. But otherwise, I'll be back same time next Friday, streaming some Satisfactory in VR. Probably. It's like 99% Satisfactory, maybe a little bit No Man's Sky, but I think it's going to be Satisfactory next week as well. Because I do have a plan to build this new projects factory and move the elevator from its position over in the green fields over there. We're going to move it to a nice watery spot over there, is I think where I'm going to set up my new elevator home for project delivery. Okay, I will see if how we going. Yeah, okay, we've got a few people watching. I'm going to see if there's someone worth raiding. I'm just going to delay that ad break because I'm just signing out. Thank you for watching. And I'm now going to switch over and see if I can find someone to raid. I didn't save the game. I should remember to do that next. Whoops. Okay. Just a minute, just switching to my browser to see who we can raid. There's not actually many people that I follow on.
Incoming propaganda
currently. I
broadcast
just snoozed
detected.
that.
Please seek shelter.
Oh, that's right. I got the reminder for 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, let's see if there's anyone else doing Satisfactory at the moment. Anyone I recognize at all? Interesting. Does anyone know if any VR streamers are on currently that I might not be following? It seems to be a very quiet night on Twitch. Beat Saber streamers are, yeah, if it's Synth Riders then maybe, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just leave it there. Thank you very much for watching. I'll let you pick who you want to watch next, because I'm not familiar with the current people that are doing Satisfactory. So have a great weekend, everyone. Stay tuned for that Steam Frame juicy gossip. And I'll see you all in the next stream, hopefully. Thanks very much. Good night.